Hello. Had to remove all the fucking delays and shit because I'm on PC again today. Pull my chair on so my back doesn't get fucked up. Right, we're back in the courtroom, hi. Our usual Monday evening dealings, I don't know. So, where do we land? Leave last week. We had just began the recess right between in the court because they had gone to get Eggert. I think is where we left it, just at the start of the recess. I don't know if you're caught up, Noodle. I don't know if you watched any VODs or anything. Were you here for all of it last week? Or did you head early on Tuesday? I can't remember. Eggert Benedicto, huh? Well, I'm assuming we're going to find out his real name now and that he's probably one of these brothers. Of course you watched the VOD. Okay, so you're caught up then. Let's go, huh? So I think they're going to find him and we're probably going to find out that he's brothers with fucking Wario and Waluigi, huh? We have to get... Oh shit, there's lots of fucking stuff caught in my chair. What the fuck is this thing? I'm assuming we're going to get Sholmes in the court before the end of the game. I'd assume so. Especially because he was shot as part of this robbery murder. So I assume they want to get him in. I just think it'd be fucking chaotic energy to add to a courtroom. So we should be beginning the recess. If my memory serves me correctly. Fucking look at that. Thank God, like, recall. 17th April, 12:41 PM. The Old Bailey Court, Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Oh yeah, Gina's on. Not a good time, huh? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her freaking cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Is she overwhelmed, huh? What's the point, eh? Uh-oh. Nihilistic, huh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard? For the likes of me. Really fun. What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Hello, Farrell, hi. Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Have I missed much? No, Farrell, we literally just began. Why didn't they go to capture a scene like this? That's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Oh shit. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Oh, of course I can. Hope you're doing well, Farrell. Hope the Destiny's going well if you're playing it tonight. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Come on, Gina, tell us the truth. I've been reading The Hobbit. Oh. You're fucking trying to get in those good books, huh? Alright then. Alright, Gina's going to tell us the truth, huh? It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. We're actually going to see what happened on the night. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in log with Windibank for safekeeping. If I can speak, huh? At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windibank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? No. I struck a lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... Windibank was there, right? The picture got taken, yeah. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. So she wasn't actually aiming it at him. She just grabbed it. Instinctually. You're enjoying it? That's good. How was your weekend, Farrell? Hope you had a good time. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Job leave a load of papers with you? A story? Oh, wrong voice time. I beg your pardon. The hound of a... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. Why would I do it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sean's really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. Right, going pleasant enough so far. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Okay. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. Right, okay. So we know this kind of bit. And it was there, alright. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. Bloody bastards, huh? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me. Is there some burglars convention here tonight I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I come with you and... No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And then he gets killed. And in fact, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? I fucking Windibank picked up on him and like slammed him or something. Weekend was good and did another Destiny raid on Saturday. Mine was good, yeah. We played Ghost of Tsushima on Saturday. Me and Noodle hanging out chatting. It's good. Very enjoyable. And Sunday was Sunday, like, so. Sundays are good crack. The non-streaming day, of course. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when oh, fucking hell. 2 guns go off. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think, almost at the same time. Right, we do know there were a couple of shots. And then there was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quite quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Man's gone, hey. He is deceased. Windibank was a gunner. Did she take the gun and just pass out? I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. Saturday stream was right in the middle of the raid. It's okay, Farrell. It's okay, huh? Oh, you had a good time, huh? You enjoyed yourself? That's the main thing, huh? And after that, I don't remember nothing. So Gina took the gun and then just passed out. Probably got dizzy from the blood or something. Must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? I'm catching up with the Ghost VODs. Very excited for the game. Yes! Well, we'll be live with it again Friday and Saturday. So, feel free to come along, huh? And if you're raiding again Saturday, you'll have another VOD. Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Cops, huh? You'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Reno was about to put the real copper through the mill. That cove was there. The cove was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. The Juju character, yeah. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. Ah, there we go. We thought he was there, and now we got confirmation. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Ginny. Leave it to me. No. Mr. Nara-Odo. Yes. Why did you have to wait so long to say that? Well, she didn't even get interviewed in the fucking... And she probably told the cops and they were like, ah, fuck it, time. Lies, huh? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on. It was only 2 months ago. Lies! Deception! Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bug right off of him, even though he was a killer. That's true, we did. He burnt alive, though. No, I can never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Reno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ah, the music, huh? I was about to say, they're about to play Chasm's theme, huh? It's gonna fucking have me, huh? That's like a new version of it, too. Renosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Big ups, Kazuma. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. Believe in the me that believes in you! Yes, the fucking Gurren Lagann. Yes. I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. You don't need to worry. I won't let you down. If you don't believe in yourself, Gina, believe in the me that believes in you. Even though I'm a diver and no good liar. You're not like McGilded, I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. Turns out as well, if you look at the box art for this game, the Greatest Attorney Adventures, Gina's actually on the cover as well. She's just quite small, but she's there. I'm looking at the box art more like with a fucking magnifying glass, and I'm seeing who all the characters are, not just the big ones. And Gina is there. I'm coming to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes, that's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nara-Odo, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Is he here, huh? Did they find him? Oh, he works as a telecom officer, doesn't he? I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is at last the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me, too, partner. God's sick, kinda. I fucking got me teared up, huh? 17th of April, 1:41 PM. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Likely story, him. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case, heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing past him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Fucking get him on, hey? He's gonna start posing like the other two, and then we're gonna fucking catch him, hey? Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Oh. That probably fits more with the initials on his cane. I thought his cane had the initials of the brothers, but maybe not. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you, under oath. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. The fucking posing there. Witness testimony. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Does calling Sholmes' methods into question. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... Oh. Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. It's fucking Connor from Trash Taste Time. What's he doing here? I think we made that joke last time as well, didn't we? It's even more so now with the hat gone. I think we made the exact same joke last time. Oh, but I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do so. Yeah, we made that. We made the fucking Connor JoJo sit joke last time, but without the hat, it's like more so. Okay, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place and that I was murder? We didn't say you broke in. We never suggested you were colluding with them. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? Looking away, hi? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say. Mostly fun to have such a forgetful girlfriend who will laugh at your joke multiple times. Yeah. Even certain parties here present clear that my blood was found at the scene. Yes, we do present that. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me this science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? You met him. Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we? Oh.
Excuse me.
Didn't like that, huh? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh, what? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. I mean, Waluigi. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Hey! Come on, blame me, Governor. You what? The music. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? You can just sense the notes coming. Me? Thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. The wound? What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh! Hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from that height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Hello, Lemon. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. Daga Kotowaru. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Doing alright, Lemonheim? Babenheim? As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at that insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibanks' pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Right, we'll do some of this last line, huh? The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed, right? We have to have some fucking evidence. Right. Didn't we get a photograph that showed him? I thought we had a photo showing him as well. Why are you just the one with Gina? So he's saying that he had nothing to do with the pawnbrokery. Now, we did have a photo. If you remember, in the stack of photos, we have one that shows him, but I don't know how to get that specific photo. I'm going to press on it. Let's see. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, excuse me, Gregson, lad. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Hey, come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Come on, fucking Gregson, don't let us down, lad. Come on, you were there. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Nah, bollocks, eh? What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? Yeah. Give us the fucking picture. Come on, Iris, give us the picture. You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks. Yes, of course. This one. This one. Yeah, there's the picture. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. There's the picture I wanted at the time. That's it. Yeah, Monday's shit time. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. It doesn't have the date on the picture, though. That's the only thing. Malfoy 2.0 annoys me. This does not prove he was there on the day in question because it doesn't have the date on it. It only has the time. And he's going to cry about that. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Gregson, come on, give us something, lad. Hey. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? He's pretty, huh? Something, Lemon, huh? That's all he's going to say on the matter, isn't it? What do you think, Reno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. He's just a JoJo character, yeah, basically. From part 4 specifically. This is complete opposite of Hurley then. He seemed to think the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Right, we need to find something that links fucking him. Mr. Tony, that's because me and my mum tried to get Daddy Longlegs out and she smashed my light bulb. What the fucking hell? Daddy Longlegs are like not that. They're not like. Daddy Longlegs are fine, right? I don't like spiders, but Daddy Longlegs are fine. There has to be something in the court record. You hate them so much. Oh, you prefer a spider to one? Oh god. This is from Sholmes' pouch, right? Okay. Something to do with the metal. I think we need to press him a bit more and find out more information about his things. Right, so naturally I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking service from time to time, right? What do you need them for? Yeah, but they have wings though. That long legs have wings. Our daddy long legs is not crane flies. Isn't that what daddy long legs are? I think they're actually called crane flies. Let me look up. Daddy long legs. Oh, here they are here. They don't fly? I could have sworn they do. Daddy long legs. Oh, they're also called the carpenter spider. The vibrating spider. What? Oh, they're right, here we go. Listen up, listen up. The common name daddy longlegs is used for several species, especially Pholcus phalangoides, but it is also the common name for several other arthropod groups, including harvestmen and craneflies. That's why I call them. That's why I call daddy longlegs craneflies, or craneflies daddy longlegs, I guess. You mean the big? You just mean the big spindly boys, right? Right, I'm gonna press him on this. Nope. Hold it. Yes, we've met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. So if you missed Farrell, like I don't know at what stage you left, but we had the recess part where we spoke to Gina, and we got Gina on our side, basically, and we had a lovely moment where we remembered Kazuma. We had Kazuma's music playing, everything was good, huh? We came back into the court. Eggert Benedict was here, he told us his real name. And he basically claimed that he was never there at the pawnbrokery, and then something he said caused one of the two Lifty and Shifty twins to react. And we pressed them when they reacted, and the one who reacted was worried that Eggert was moving too much, that he would open the wound on his arm. So we asked him what wound he meant, and he meant that Eggert got shot on the night in question. So he basically gave him away, essentially. Well, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. I need to press everything and get as much information out of him as possible. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Right, I think we already asked him about this one. Right, we haven't asked about this one yet. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. Rapscallions? You're able to prove that? Objection! He's not answering. Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, where's your evidence? The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. It's fucking that guy. Right. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence, right? He's talking about Sholmes and stuff, which the judge has already said we're not accepting, but still, press him! Get more information. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Oh no. I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown in jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Ah. Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, The Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. Shut up. And then he has the last line about, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking stuff. Right, we have to have some evidence. Time to get scoping, huh? Right, is there anything on the bullet? It's just a bullet, isn't it? This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing. It saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Alright, the bullet's just a bullet time. So there has to be something in our evidence that links... fucking gonna keep calling him Eggert to the case. To the location. So this is Sholmes' pouch with the bullet hole. It's nothing to do with him though, with fucking him. This is his blood, but we don't have a way of proving it because they're not accepting Sholmes' stuff. Eggert's is a better name than Graydon, huh? Actually Graydon, right? For McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Renault? Yes. Or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. It doesn't pin him to the fucking case, though. Or to the location. Is there anything on this gun? So, is ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders? Not chambers. Yes, we tell us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through the Windibank's door. Now make those brothers pay. Fuck. So there's a third... We know there's a third gun somewhere. We don't know where the third gun is, though. There's our plot time. Just fucking... D-dimmer mode time. So the gentleman's overcoat. I think Gina got it. So we can't present this because he doesn't accept it. It's just a stack of papers. I don't even know why we have this as evidence. We haven't been able to use it yet, so it's obviously for something. It's something to do with this, I think. What did Iris say again? What do you think, Bruno? Okay. I'm just speed reading what Iris says again. He says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. We know that's not true. Now's a good time to have a proper look through the court record. I don't know, man. I had a good look through it and I didn't see anything. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. It's probably just is it just the coat? It's either the coat or the disc, I think. Chat. What's that over there? Huh? I'm sorry, hey? Oh, fuck. I think it has to be the... It has to be either the disc or the note about the coat. I'm going to try the disc. That's all I can think of, maybe. Objection! There we go. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? This is supposed to mean something. This disc was until the day of the... You can barely see it. It's there. This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn at Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire this disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Oh, so his thumb should be damaged. He should have an injured thumb. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious! Indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Ugh. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch in your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? I mean, he's wearing his gloves, like so. Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Sounds like... Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. She's just jiving, huh? As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Are we going to get new testimonies? Or are we going to just add more stuff on? We're getting a new testimony. The disc. Here we go. There's a note on the disc saying "for McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Okay. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. You did got the drip though, huh? He got the fucking Kiryu suit, tie the white suit. Anytime I see a white suit now, I always associate it with Kiryu and the red shirt. You need the red shirt as well, sorry. Order. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibank's. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Let's go, huh? Extracted eats. The disc. But then belongs to me. Let's see. The redemption ticket was stolen from me on the day in question. Don't know about that one, Chief. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Her kind, Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibank's. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. Objection. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony, for what possible use it can be. Okay. Proceed at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes. Gregson took it.
Hold it!
That's right. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded
Is that right?
as evidence.
Excuse me.
Gregson? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Hey, no, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. He's a Sith. Darth McGilded, huh? Darth Magnus, huh? That's good. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Oh, wiggle the chips, eh? The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night, right? Press the shit out of that time. Let's go. Get more information. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh? A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. The box, right? The small box? I wonder if that's really true. Runo, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Yeah, McGilded left the box as well. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had deposited Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about that. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Greggsy's been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Yeah, did we ever find out what that box is? The little box of McGilded's? I don't think so. Present. One small box. Yeah, here we go.
Objection.
Bang, hey. Music gone. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection.
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend. That's not true. Fucking had him with a time. What? Mr. McGilded had another article on pawn at Windibanks. I was hoping he would do the fucking hand on the sword, but hitting him with a learned friend backhand. Yes. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah, There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windibank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, he knew it was there. This great fellow needed that small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
He needed it time sensitive. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious.
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, Mr. Gilden's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on the 15th of April.
So is it the little blue box or the little one on the bottom shelf? See the little, like, grey, browny one on the bottom shelf? Could be that one as well.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
Oh, we're going to do the fucking... that shit again, huh? Here we go, googly eyes time. Let's go, boys.
I see. You have 2 pictures to compare.
Oh, fucking hell, okay. Uh-oh. I don't see anything. I mean, I've got the image, but it's just blurry again. What's this meant to prove? Hopefully they can just fucking whack it in the scope for me. You think you see it? Oh, I forgot. I don't fucking right. Let me look again, huh? Oh, hit my elbow. Right, I've got my image. It's just blurry beyond fucking compare. I see the horse. I see the boxes stacking each other. It's just one thing in the picture that's clearer than the rest. I mean, the only thing that's clearer in the boxes, in the pictures for me, is the boxes, the lamp, I guess. Hello, Emmy. In my image, the boxes, the little pink napkin, and the lamp are kind of in the foreground, but that's it. Hello, honey, how's it going? Is any of those what I mentioned that what you see, Noodle, or do you see something different? If you see something different, don't tell me. But just in case any of those things I round off are what you saw. Yeah, we're currently all crossing our eyes, by the way, yeah. I don't. That's all I can see is it jumps out of me. Oh well, we'll continue this. We'll continue the thing. Whenever I cross mine, the only things that really jump out are the boxes, the colored boxes, the little pink napkin, and the lamp above it. That's it. What is? Okay, yes, okay.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered that theft as one of possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of the two photographic prints. And the Yard conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
Basically, no quest left besides main story. Oh, you're Genshin. I gotcha.
Reap time. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
I don't believe it. If I could just have shown that he'd stolen Magilda's pawn box. Pulled 4 amazing characters. There's a... what do you call the one, the blonde haired, like, witch lady? With the big booba? Like Lisa or something like that time. She's pretty good. So that's the thing. Yeah. Yep. Might be able to break him down at last. Yeah, the MILF, yeah. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? A bit of a pirate? Oh.
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be something hidden, some hidden discrepancy in these photographic prints somewhere? Yeah, point out a discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
Oh, fuck me, huh?
Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak, right?
I don't know if it's the fucking boxes or if it's the lamp. Right. So if you want to know what we're doing, chat, if you weren't here earlier, so these are stereoscopic images. So if you put them side by side, and if you cross your eyes and you make the merged image, whenever you cross your eyes and you merge the two images, something will stand out because these images, something is slightly off in one of them, and we're trying to figure out what it is. So I think it's either the yellow and the red and green boxes in the middle, or the purple lamp that's above them. I think it's one of those two things, but I can't figure out which. You got called mommy by a rando in my chat though. Oh dear. I think it's the lamp. What about... Is it the lamp or the boxes? No, maybe it's just the... Maybe it's just the boxes, actually. I mean, the boxes are pretty clear in my mind, especially the napkin thing is pretty clear in my head. But the lamp is clear enough too. Nah, the boxes are pretty clear. I'm gonna say it's the boxes. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's wrong. Obviously, the discrepancy is here.
Objection.
Shit. They're so clear in my vision, though. I must thank my learned friend. His answer is clarified the situation greatly. Oh, fuck off, Van Zeek, huh? You're rubbing my face, huh? That long list came back, but now I can't find it. Uh-oh.
There is indeed a discrepancy here between our respective powers of reasoning.
Let me guess. My powers of reasoning came up short. You were sure it was the boxes? I had a friend had an actual excuse me, mommy. Oh, that's sorry, mommy, mommy. Oh God, huh?
It would appear you're learning, Council, but not quickly enough.
Oh fuck me, we're losing points. Oh, but I'm sure it's there. Quick, save the game. I'm gonna try the lamp because the lamp was the only thing that stuck out to me apart from the boxes. I'm only going to save Scum if it's absolutely necessary, if we're about to lose our last life, so don't worry. Don't give up, Bruno. Fucking Irish eyes again. You can do this.
So, Council, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position?
Nah. Oh, fuck. The bloody words popped up. Right. I'm gonna have another look, huh? Everyone else look, huh? Don't tell me no backseating. Put that over there. Right, so you want to make the cross your eyes and make the images meet in the middle. So like focus on the horse or something and make the horses meet when you cross your eyes. I think it's the lamp. I'm gonna try the lamp.
Take that!
It's not the lamp! Oh, I'm dead, huh?
Objection!
Oh, I don't know, huh? I just can't see these things. They're all just blurry in my head. Like whenever I cross my eyes, it's all just I can't discern anything. It just blurs. There has to be something there, huh? Your head just hurts. I mean, it's not a great feeling. Sorry, Pearl. Oh, right. We can use a piece of evidence, and we can use the fucking scope. We don't have to do it ourselves. We don't have to do it manually. Right, let's just go back and we'll use the fucking. Let's just use the fucking use the thing, huh? I'm tired of fucking my eyes hurting. We'll just use the fucking the scope. I mean, you can do it yourself, but if you can't see it, then you can use the machine. Yeah, I can't see it, so I'll just use the I'll use the scope. Very good answer, my lord. I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, Council?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I wanted the satisfaction of seeing it myself, but I can't.
Not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
The stereoscope.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh, this guy again. Ooh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eye compulsion. Juror number 3. What a surprise. Come on, Reno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. No, I'm fucking curious what it shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. Didn't jump out at me at all, huh? I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? I just don't know what I'm looking for. It's all just fucking blurry. Nothing jumps out. There's one bit's a bit more blurry than the other, sure, but it's all just blurry. I don't know. I need a machine, and the machines are built for people like me, huh?
You must identify the location in question for the court, Council. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy which you speak.
Here.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. Oh, enhance. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. That's why they put the machine in there. Don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. Fucking Van Ziek's time. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. He's got one too.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection.
Will Lurker move on and get ready for bed? Oh. Not around for a full stream today then, Noodle. Okay.
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yeah, it could have been opened. Yeah. I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
Dun, 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 dun. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection.
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
Yes.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Yes, bring it back, huh? Hello. We will see the box now. We're going to get TBC or nope, right into it.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem.
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. As this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Miss McGilded from the pawnbrokery.
Few lurkers and unfollowed the raid. It's be how it is sometimes. I appreciate the raid nonetheless, though.
Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Van Zieks is on the deflection train, huh?
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
The articles his upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Lies.
You know, that does make a rather lot of sense.
It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Oh goodness knows, Mr. McGilded was rich enough. Big lies. You can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent of the defense now to bolster its argument.
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Megilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is this why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Neris? Well, what is it you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright. The exact significance of the things that Megilda deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? We have to do it. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. Megilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. Megilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed, your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Here comes Gina.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
Oh? As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Gina's going to say something that is going to make fucking him react. The articles that Mr. Megilda had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in the courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. Megilda.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more.
You don't have to blow my nose now, there's a vacuum in my ear. Oh.
A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. Megilda. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Remember all this? Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. Megilda died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A fucking barbecued, huh?
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade. Come on, Gina, trust me. Believe in the me that believes in you. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, come on, Gina. I don't know what you mean. I already said what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Come on, Vanzik, not like that.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Rino now. Iris, we're on your side.
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down around his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However,
It would appear that Mr. McGilda's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which you have been hitherto unaware.
Bit rude, just a little bit.
So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago.
You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Let's fucking go. Come on, Gina. The real truth of the omnibus case, huh? Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Yep, that's the truth.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance. I may have educated an error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
She was threatened, though.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in all together.
You're wrong a lot, yeah? Mr. Naruodo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Oh, welcome back, Lemon.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really sets everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to tell elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well. My learned student friend.
He's letting it go through.
Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Alright, Alright, Gina, let's go, huh? Gina said she was, like, threatened, so we'll press her on the threatened part, because that might be why she committed perjury. You know, like it was under threat of fucking injury or something. Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Alright, the music disc, okay. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat at the cove with a knife in his belly, up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it,
I get stuck with that knife, too. There you go, she was scared.
Hmm.
And he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked about me being a diver, too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First it was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream over my head and that pair on the roof deck went up to call the slaps. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to your run to the pawn shop. Right, about the coat, right?
Hold it!
A pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Everyone was lying, hi. Everyone was lying.
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in that stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zix.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yeah, she was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy with McGill to flash some brass in his face. He went running off a lick. Then that bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drags cabin. And then he threatened her, didn't he? He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or I heard. Yeah, it's fucking scary, hey? And that fucking Belfast accent too, hey? That man has connections.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. He was trying to hide the disc, I guess. What McGill had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the copper showed up. He was trying to hide the disc. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really putting her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? What? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. What was her last statement again? Right. Let's press Gina and everything. Right. So we'll press her about Mason being there.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly. In the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilda was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilda and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, it got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Virginia, huh? That's really fucking awful.
So the disc on the floor. We already pressed this one, didn't we?
Hold it!
I'm pretty sure we pressed this already. Yeah, we did. Shit. Hello, Swoopy. Yeah, it's fucking traumatizing, like, you know. She's really young. She's what, like... I don't know. I don't know what age she is. All of a sudden I heard a scream over my head and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops, right? That's... one of those two is in the fucking juror station. No, he's gone. No, it's Mr. Garlev in the juror stand. Never mind.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and Mr. McGildy got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back onto the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran up to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Yeah, the young, but doesn't really matter. Witnessing a murder is never real pleasant, I guess. Yeah, definitely. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
We already pressed this one too, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Right, that means we need to... We didn't get any extra information. We pressed everything and we weren't able to interrupt these two. They're just talking away. We need to present some evidence now. Yeah. They're just chatting away, hey, we didn't interrupt them at all. Right, okay. And there's no, it's not as if we can press who's the blonde selected. That's not Eggard Benedict, his real name. The other person who was there on the night of the murder. Yeah. Graydon, yeah. Something like that then. Greg something. Oh, by the way, chat room, hi. You know how we usually do 2.5 hours? And I usually try to end as close as I can to the 2.5 hour mark? You know how that's the thing? Extra half hour, huh? 3 hour streams, huh? He was on the omnibus too and ran for the cops. No, this guy wasn't here. No. Always, huh? Yeah. Man wants more gaming, huh? It's only half an hour each day, but cumulatively across the week, it's up to midnight, yeah. No full streams during the week anymore, then it means you'll have half an hour for the end of the day, like, so, or for your next morning. So, maybe when I think I'll stop at 10 and ending at 11. I pressed Gina on everything and we didn't get anything off her. I'll not make myself stay that long anymore anymore. What? I don't think I can present any evidence to any of this. Because I'm not trying to say she's saying anything wrong. We have the ticket that she was given. Like this is that ticket for the overcoat. So my gilded case notes. Right, let's see what Sasato put out. Anything from here? I don't know what evidence we can use here. We need to get these two to fucking start talking to us, because right now they're just fucking chatting in their own world.
Hold it!
They don't respond to anything that Gina says, so they're just chatting away. Or they're talking about the ticket at least. See, like, they're talking here, and then I don't know where they present this. They're talking about the... Oh, it's lunchtime? They're talking about the disc a lot, but there's nothing I can present the disc to. Maybe the end part? I don't know. Gonna make our save just here. At this like section. We need to get them talking about the disc. And I think the only way to do that is maybe to present it at the end or something. Can we present the disc to her here? Maybe? I don't really know. It doesn't really make sense.
Objection.
See, it's not a... Yeah, exactly. It's not a... There's nothing she's saying that's at odds with anything. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what I'm meant to, like, argue against, you know? It's all about this fucking disc.
Objection.
No. I don't know, man. I'm kind of confused about what I need to press. Like, we clearly need to talk about the disc more. Because that's what he wanted. He didn't want the cops to see. He didn't want the cops to see the disc at all. But we can't get them talking about it. So you can't really press evidence. It's not really how it works. You have to like present evidence to like go against something that's said, you know? But nothing they're saying is like... Everything Gina's saying is the truth. Maybe we can present the ticket here?
Objection.
No. I'll stop save coming as much. We'll take our L's and we'll only save scum when we need to. The last life. Excuse me. I took another life. I'm blocking off my health so you can't see how much I'm dying. I've pushed every statement of Gina's. And none of them have reacted because they're not looking. But I can't question them. We're questioning Gina. I keep saying, can we do something about that? No, no. It comes up in orange. Like, can't we do something about that? Secret discussion. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hello, dickheads. Talk to me, please.
Hold it!
We pressed this one as well, didn't we? Yeah, it's about Gina hiding. Everyone's paying attention apart from those two in the fucking back. Fucking the Choco Brothers side. Damn, I don't know.
Hold it!
We definitely pressed everything. I mean, it would be good if the boys reacted to anything that's being said, but they're not, like... They're not reacting to anything. So clearly I have to present evidence to something. Is there anything else on the disc or anything like that? No. No, it's just Too McGilded. Nothing else here. And we can't see you guys' thumb yet, so we don't know if he is scratched. Is there a time on it, I wonder? No. The blood on the ticket is Mr. Mason's. But they won't listen. They won't believe that because it's Sholmes' invention. Anything with blood being identified is pretty much void because they're not going to listen to it. Although his blood being on the ticket is interesting. It's on the ticket about redeeming the coat. Huh. I'm struggling, huh? Like usually when you press something, you know, is the ticket scribbled on the back of a kitty postcard? Yeah, it is. Both of them are. He basically grabbed anything he could reach, and he was just right on it. Yeah, we had to do the cross eye thing with the two cat photographs. I feel like we had to press this last one. We already did the ticket, didn't we? I think we pressed this last statement with the disc and with the ticket, and neither of them were right. I don't know, man. Huh? The disc says the blood turned green when analyzed. What's that mean? So Sholmes has this device that Iris has it in her little gun. That whenever they shoot blood, it turns a certain color, and the idea is that everyone's blood will turn a different color. So if you find blood in different locations, if multiple locations have the same color blood, it was the same person. Yeah, it's like it's basically magic. So with that device, we have identified that the green blood is the blood of Eggert Benedict, and we have the blood of two other people as well. But the court is not accepting any of that because it's Sholmes' device. They're not accepting it as evidence. They don't believe it's real. DNA made it easy, basically, yeah. If only were that easy, huh? That's just what that is, yeah. So his blood, there's green blood on the disc because it's this guy's blood, because it like scratched his thumb and he bled on it, but they're not believing that that's what it tells them. We have to be able to present something here, Gina.
Objection.
Nah. We lost loads of lives. Any thumb shower since it's so fake? He's not showing us his thumb, he's refusing to show it. Even though we said like you should have a scratch on your thumb because the disc is scratched, and he's like, nah. I don't need the answer to your question, he's basically said. So he's making it very difficult for us, I'll say that. There has to be something in the court record that we can present against something Gina's saying. Not necessarily to say she's wrong, but to say she's right and to get extra information. There you go. So the purple is Mason, the person who was killed in the case a couple of ones back, the one we were talking about. Blue is the murder victim in this case. Green is fucking Ashley Graydon. That's his name. There you go. So it was on the disc because he cut his thumb, and it's also on this calendar because he got shot. But he's not, he's not believing it. I feel like anything we're presenting now has to be done to do with the McGilded case.
Hold it.
What did she say? Me pressing it is so like insignificant because nothing carries over. So usually if you press something and you get something worthwhile, they will ask it to be added to the testimony, and then you can do stuff to that bit of information. But every single point we press Gina on, the information that we get newly just goes away. It doesn't get added to the testimony, so we can't do anything with it, which means it's like insignificant, if you know what I mean. I pressed her on all five things, yeah. The first one is about Mason being in the cabin. The second one is about the disc on the floor. The third is about the boys on the roof running away. The fourth is about the driver getting the money to go deliver the coat. And the fifth is about Gina being silenced. That's all five, and we pressed all five. And none of them give anything new. And no one reacts to anything. Because these two bozos are fucking talking. These two. If these two weren't talking, then they might be reacting to things, but they're fucking chatting.
Excuse me.
Oh, can we get them to fucking pay attention? Yes. Fucking yes, there we go, hey. Stop talking, lads, hey. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson, Mr. Graydon? Lads, fucking pay attention, please, hey. Inspector, Mr. Graydon.
What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
I forgot you could just like tab over to them anyway. I thought they react to something, but nope, you can just fucking tell them, lads, pay attention. You're in class. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me that disc was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proved my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Excuse me. Although I don't understand why as yet. Well, it's obviously what's contained on it.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after its trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I gotten? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Ah, the tiny box. Let's go. Let's see, Hank. That's how we look. Gina's just not having a good time, huh? A mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. Gina's very cute, so there's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Let's see it. Show me the little box. I wish to see it. Show it to me. Ah, there it is, huh? So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by McGilded 2 months ago. Just slumber now. Okay, Noodle. You check out the VOD tomorrow, sure. See you later on. On the night of Mr. Winwink's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Is there any— oh! What the fuck is that, huh? Oh, it's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. Let's traumatize a child and then bully her for perjury. It's the fucking whatever century this is, huh? It's also England, so doesn't surprise me. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Ah, here we go, here we go. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why? For heaven's sake! Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to McGilded? To playtime. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Fucking finally, huh? Oh, sorry, I got a message. It's alright. He getting fucking cameo things midstream. I think I talked about this before. It's been 84 years.
Hold it!
Oh. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Music box and the desk are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection.
Gregson, what are you at, lad?
This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc.
It's like the fucking Lavender Town Pokemon thing.
Oh, what on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
Not what I call music, huh? No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. It's your woman. Right?
Mr. Graydon,
This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Of course it could be a new clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has in this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because it's a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. It must be. Hee, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not.
I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are.
Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
and then we can play it, and your woman on the do will tell us what it is. Or else even Graydon with the D, will tell us because he works in the same building as her.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
It got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Runo,
I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Eris. It can only make a single note, so it would never play music then. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few years even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Harris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Bum, bum.
Boom. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial.
And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Oh, fuck. Do I have anything that actually has Morse code on it? I don't think so. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on the music disc are... Is it just the disc itself, maybe?
Take that!
No, it wasn't it. I was wrong. The fucking slap. I thought it was like the disc itself, but I was wrong. Click. Not a thump, more of a smack kind of guy. We need to read this time. Oh, I lost a life, but you can't see it because I'm blocking it. How to show that has a connection to this case, yeah. Perhaps I should have a good look through all the evidence in the court record again. I'm going to have a good look through the court record again too, I think. Right, let's have a look. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on the music box disc is... Do I have something that talks about Morse code? Let's just read. They're just reading out the note again, right? Yeah. If you know, don't say, remember. What's Sholmes' thing? This is his pouch that he was wearing on his waist when he was shot. And the third bullet here was lodged in it. So the bullet was like in here, basically, in that little hole. Kind of wedged right there. You can see the cat photo at the bottom of the table here. That your guy would use to just write on. Something we showed recently. Nothing on there. That's just some kanji. Let's see. I mean, I'm assuming it's Morse code. Where's the music box? We don't have it as evidence. It's just kind of being talked about, really. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on the music box disc is it's not the disc itself. Because I tried presenting the disc. I don't think it's the stereoscope, or the photos, or the guns.
I don't think we have any evidence that talks about I mean, they're saying that they've heard a similar sound recently, and it has to be your woman in the stand going. So can I not change to? Sometimes you can change to show people, excuse me, but I don't think I can this time. The paper. Wonder if there's new information somewhere we haven't seen yet. It's not as if there's like fucking Morse code in any of these or anything. Why is the newspaper evidence? It's just a bit of. I mean, unless it has talked about shit somewhere. It's just a bit of evidence. Evidence. Keep saying the word evidence. Just something physical we got that we now have. Is there anything on the desk or anything? I don't think so. Boom. Boom, boom. Huh. Confusion setting in, huh? The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds. Like, we don't have any recordings or anything like that, you know? She's not evidence, I guess. Like, so. We obviously have something. Is it too much to go through one by one, see if anything pops up? Yeah, you lose, you only get 3 chances and then you fail. Yeah, so you have lives, basically. I mean, like the click thing? Oh, like trying to find extra stuff? And that's kind of what I'm trying to look for. Some things you can't, so some things like this, you just open them. You know? There's nothing on the guns. Unless there's like some weird fucking Morse code on the gun somewhere, but I don't think so. We've already examined, like the only thing you can examine is the barrel, but unless someone has subscribed Morse code in the gun somewhere. Like that one talks about how there's like 6 left in the barrel. No, it's not the clicking of a gun, no. Even Renosuke says like a code. Huh. Explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc. Unless I'm thinking about it wrong, but I'm assuming that's what it is. Oh! Words? Could that be it? Is the book, is the manuscript the evidence and it says that they're words?
Take that!
Nope, it's wrong. Fuck! God's sake, huh? I thought that was that time. I don't know where I've saved, by the way, so. I may make a new save soon, I think. I don't know where I don't know if I saved during this section, so I'm gonna save now so we have fucking 2 chances left. I thought that was that time. I thought that. Oh god, Don't worry, Emmy. Unless someone here does it, the fucking self-incriminating Andes, hey, then you'll know it was not me, huh? The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds. I mean, presumably they're words, but like, what can I present to show that? There's also nothing to look at this on this. Like, there's just like the name. That's really it. Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something. Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. That's her signature, just... There's nothing else on it, it's just like a big fucking wad of paper, so... I don't know, huh? Is it anything to do with this? It could be anything to do with the stereoscope, right? Does the stereoscope make noise? I don't think so. I mean, it's all sight-based. I just wondered if it made any, like, whirring sound. This is another one we can look at. Let's see. So yeah, it just shows you the paper zoomed in. It's just a symbol. Probably gonna do the same thing, just zooms in on it. Yeah. There's nothing really there. There's the cat. Very cute time. Could it be the paper?
Take that!
No. Nope, it's not the paper. I'm trying to think of anything to do with like, you know, like transmitting words or anything like that, but no, not it. Can we read the newspaper? You do today's crossword for a break? A sensational story lower down from the front page as well. Look, Ministry mole classified secret may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Our 10-year-old. Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. With secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted. Why would someone be doing that? That's the question. Is I come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Reno? I think I had flipped the paper over before, but the little thing went by the image. I didn't notice that it went bling. No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he is Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Fuck, there we go, it's updated time. This morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. There we go, huh? You just want to do the crossword, huh?
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines of some are being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably,
Those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. There she is, yep. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say. Is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yikes, son.
Order, order, please everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sort of word I half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
He's getting it for Ireland. Yes! Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Miss Gilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it could find its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if he got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets?
Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. In response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Oh.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Fucking Van Zieks is a great. I really like Van Zieks as a character. He's to be fair, he's racist. He's a racist shit time. So he's not a good guy, but he wants the truth. He's a good prosecutor, but he's a shit person. You know.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offence, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You got less about a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We've got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
My name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell her out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Free Skulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. You very bad timing.
Stop it, lads. No, they just cut him off, eh? Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Like what he told us today? What do you mean?
Mr. and Mrs. Culkin.
What, Mr. O'Do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with McGraden here?
We did, Gov, we did. Oh, God.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. I was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Ah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Alright, we need to scope that shit out time. Yeah, it needs to be box time. Cross-examination. Alright, let's get scope on this music box time. So there are 5 things we can look at, okay. We're gonna make a new save here because we only have 2 lives left. Alright, let's examine the music box. Sniff it out time. Oh, sorry, sniff it out. What was I say? The strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windibanks 2 days ago before the black 2 days before the black overcoat. Okay. So here, the 4 Magilda disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It could be a more perfect fit. There's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder, yeah, perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. I mean, there's a little lever there, right? Whatever that is. That's a little, like, bling! This is the mechanism that turns the bump on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. Oh, maybe not, okay. So thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. What's the gemstone? Oh, nothing apparently. Whoa! What's that there, huh? Oh! What is it, Reno? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Can't talk. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here it goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Very interesting, huh? We'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box. This movement is linked to the other one. Like the other one, the comb teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. But basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. The music box can only play 2 tones. Very interesting, huh? Very interesting. I think it's gonna be the same thing, but we'll see anyway. Yep, okay, it's fine. So we need a second disc, but we only have 1. We only know of 1. So to make this make the full code or something? Yeah, I assume so. I assume that's what it is. Even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Magilda anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. Oh no. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do you mean? That's it, yeah. What else? Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Uh-oh.
Excuse me.
Oh. You're there, Ringo? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Hey! No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who? Me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now and he's fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't have had him an evet. But when he was younger, he was from the poorer part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
Gord blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, geezer asked us a question, didn't he? How we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
I mean, you broke in.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somewhat? Yes! Add the testimony, yes. Get everything. Take everything you can. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A Skulkin's never Skulkin. It's fucking guys, huh? Milverton Skulkin's milk run. Gore, them were the days.
Hold it.
What do you mean by that? I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? What was the name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkins. Who's Milverton? Yeah, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That's his... Uh-oh. Is Ash Graydon not even his real name? Hey. Uh-oh. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... You weren't the happiest of homes that one came from?
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see?
Ash will always be Milverton to us.
There we go, huh? The original name. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Does his cane say AG or does it say AM? I can't remember which it says. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service.
As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. AH, I think? Oh. AG. Okay. So Graydon then, okay. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon.
Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. Ashley A telegraph operator at the Central Communication Station whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. Begilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. Was there not initials in the knife? No, I don't think so. There was initials on something in the McGilded case, but I can't remember what it was. I know, but we don't have the knife. Unless the knife come back, and we'll not be able to do anything with it. I know Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. It's fucking them two instead, not him. Just leave him, go after them, huh? If we'd have known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Touched what?
Hold it!
The box? So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gulf. We were. You're right there.
Well, that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. Uh-oh. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. There's a last thing of theirs while we can get. So is there something between him and Mason? Oh, I have no relation to the man, right? Let's press him on this. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGill had killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. Gilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Okay. Alright, so if we press him on this, he might tell us more about the code and what it actually is. They're not Morse code? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Oh, of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha 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 ha. Not Morse yet, I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Yep. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds.
So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No! Look, I'm falling asleep. Okay, Emmy, no worries. Get yourself cozy, huh?
Haha, really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Oh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection.
Van Zixby, please, we flip that shit open, hey?
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
I have only 2 lives left. Right, here we go. Flip it upside down. Pop that shit open, huh? Right, here we go. Pop it open, boys. Let's go. Let's show them. Let's show them all, huh? Here we go, huh? So we'll point at the actual device when we're presenting it. Here we go.
Got it.
There we go.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
Uh-oh. It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the 3 sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. We need that second disc.
Hold it.
I'll press him on this about the low-range communications officer. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How can I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. Members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. It's the juror again, isn't it? Juror number 5. You regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Oh ho ho! Fucking caught time. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of idol. Stop. Oh, she's a fangirl, huh?
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Yep, big fangirl, huh? That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently imprisoned to Vital. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. We need to do something that proves that they have a relation to each other. Something that links this guy and Mr. Mason. I have no relation to the man. Is it his dad? No. His dad had the name Milvain or whatever it was, right? Milverton. Oh, what was the dad? What was Mason? Was it? Let's see. Mason Milverton was his name. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It was his dad. Yeah, and the way he talks about the class is like, that's a fucking. This fucking guy was in lower class and he got the higher class and he keeps talking down about the lower class of the victim. It was his fucking dad. Right, let's fucking hit him with the big dick of the law. Hi, let's go. Yeah, some low class brickmaker. I have no relation to the man. I don't know about that one, Chief. Hi. Right. I don't know if we have to present it against this or against their company name, but it should be this. It should be this anyway.
Objection.
There we go. Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. Scumbags. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in an illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Backed into this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, he appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. Fucking co-op time. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Hey!
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the music box was touched. Yep. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box.
That's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Silent, since if it were to fall into the wrong hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this has actually began on the fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
2 nights ago, we know that the 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Uh-oh. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Call time. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back-slum thieves.
Moo.
Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But he's not admitting to killing him, though. That's the problem. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
So where's the third gun? And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Gah.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night
Is you.
You bastard, hey.
Hold it!
Uh-oh. That's him, isn't it? Yep. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You what?
Lies.
Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon.
Yes.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is, if it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
I mean, Gina was holding the gun that we know fired a different bullet, so she can do it.
I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. This fucking lying bastard, huh? We know Gina had Windibank's gun. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. In the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Eh? What? Huh? That's kinda...
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger?
And then she just had another gun. She had his gun then? Oh, okay.
Order, order, order.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yeah, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Can it though? Does it have blood on it? I don't remember.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work, his ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Renaud.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. Oh, there was. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Oh, that's right, we fucking shot the front of it and it's all fucking luminescent. Don't move, Ginny, I'm gonna shoot. It's all fucking blue, isn't it? Oh no, purple, sorry. It's purple because of that's Mason's blood, not Windibank's. It's, yeah, exactly. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood, that's stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Yeah, exactly. But it's still splattered, though. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Uh-oh.
Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gino will be...
Counsel,
Yes, my lord.
your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence, or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh, Jesus. Moment of the shooting. Right. I was still near the entrance to the shop. Okay. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Right. So this is when he supposedly got shot. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes. But I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. That's still his gun being fired, not the gun that Gino was holding.
When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Alright, nothing out of that one. Shit. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocketed girl had when I saw her. But we've a picture of her holding it. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Now we have a photo. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was such at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
That's lies to him. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Gina didn't have that gun. Gina had the Windibank's gun for sure. We have a picture of that. Did I hear correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell out to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedy took place. Van Zieks is like, fuck's sake.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime?
Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute Ear told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blowing mum sometimes.
I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was there by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh, fucking, he's getting strangled!
Excuse me.
Gentlemen!
Fucking hell.
Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey. He's a bit of a hooligan, isn't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun we got you on the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to lose me rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this did give me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Greg's at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Fucking berating him, huh? Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Reno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. And quickly, too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing, it's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't ship Mr. Windibank. What's going on? All I know is that's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstains on Gina's coat. It's probably Gina and the gun, I would assume. Saving up, lads. Press him on this blood part. Oh, all over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Mulverton's blood from when Mr. McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Okay. Shit, I went back to start again. Oops. There's gotta be something in there. I think it has to be Gina and the gun. But we're gonna push him on everything and get as much information as possible. Right, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Probably at the box. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. He's looking for it. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. It was a bit unfair. You can see him through the peephole, okay. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job. Made of stout wood. Yeah, and the little small opening about head height that lets you see what's hidden there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I?
I looked through it myself that night. We got the picture. Eyes. We saw Gina with that specific gun.
And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? No, not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I can see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking.
The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Oh, my lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Oh no.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Oh, fucking hell.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me.
Or stab wound. Stab wound too, I guess, huh? Fuck this guy, huh?
See? What did I tell you?
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak.
What a prick.
Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you have earned yourself in this country. Ah, but that was... I call it a bloody disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out.
It can't be done.
But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Birolski to starving boy and he ran away crying. Not relevant, is it?
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Maester Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accuser who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Sheesh. Not good, huh?
My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman? He's going to vote guilty, isn't he?
At this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
We can do the thing again on them though. We can chat them up. We can do the...
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, why is it all unraveling on me so fast?
Not looking good. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Who dat? Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Is this Sholmes in disguise?
Officer?
If this fucking music starts playing, hey, I'm here. Give it to me. Come on, give me the tunes, hey.
That'll be all, thank you. Occurred to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo. A scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Here it comes. Am I going mad?
Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not set up an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Man's not dead, hey.
Yes, good day, Iris. It appears to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go waste any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Sholmes, what is it?
Yes.
How do you change so quick?
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
I told you we'd get fucking Sholmes in the courtroom by the end of the game.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. It's just like she did in the very first trial. She came in clutch with the last bit of evidence. A leaving present from Sasato-san. Whatever could it be? Oh. What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah! Oh, the square gun! The cat flap door. The cat flap door... Cat flap maker, whatever it's called.
Meow.
Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. But what is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't you say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. I hope we get Sasato back next game. Whatever did you mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Sasato-san used this cat mat that night, but why? She used it, huh? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. Interesting. I'm grateful to you for affording that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now will be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. What does it say about this? Oh, those fish's teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so we can get through any kind of door in no time at all. What are those two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. That guy's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. You're developing deadly weapons. That's what I thought initially, but so my idea was that the door flap never existed, but I believe it was there when we got there already, and it sounds like Sasato used it when we left. So I think it would be for something else. But I was thinking something somewhere like maybe it made the flap in the door. Maybe his claim that he looked through the door hole couldn't have existed because it never existed. So. Defense requests. Oh, fucking hell. It depends when she used it. That's the thing, you know. If the flap in the door was there already, then she couldn't have made that. She must have made something else. But if it wasn't there, then that's what I think as well. She might have made that, but I don't know the time. Time to think. No good. I need time to think. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What a Mr. Sato's gracious gesture. Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means, Reno. Ah, you've forgotten where we are in the trial? Aha! Talk to him again, then. If the friends have nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the education. A further cross-examination, maybe? Wait, my lord. The defense requests... Further cross-examination. Yep. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Not a new witness, the same witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Yeah, interrupt. It hasn't ended. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Suspended, not ended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd.
No, it's not. It's the law.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not present the witness any further, press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Go on, huh? Mr. Sholmes! Yeah, he's fucking dead in his feet time. He's fucking out cold all the time. Is he alright? He's fucking weak. He's only out of hospital. Stands so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's dying, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Right. Oh god, okay. You shouldn't, huh? Right, let's look at the pictures of the shop to see if it has the door already. Oh, we can't really see. I can't tell if it already exists. Oh! Oh, look. Look at that, boy, look at that. Sheesh. Sheesh. I could see him through the peephole in the door. Right, so we have one piece of, we can do one piece of evidence, and it's obviously the gun, right? We probably need to activate it and pop it out here. That flap was not there.
Objection.
Fuck. There's no people there though.
What's that, chat time? What's that over there? Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. I don't know what the... Press. The authority was only going to let me present one piece of evidence here. But it's clear what that piece of evidence should be. How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawnbrokery? Yes, at least that's what Mr. Shome said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after the Skulkin brothers. What possible reason could Susato-san have had to use Iris's contraption that time? Could it be that what she did with the cat flapping mat completely changes one of the key premises his testimony is based on? Yep.
Objection.
There we go, yeah.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Ooh, it's my cat flapping mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. So, did Susato-san do it then to look in and see what the fuck had gone on, maybe? Well, we ran to get the boys, before we even saw the murder, maybe? I think that's what happened. So we went in together. We ran out, and then Susato went in and opened the door and put the peephole in, basically.
That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Shomes.
He seemed like a kick-a-stray animal person who fucking Graydon, whatever his name is, yeah. Yes, 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself, in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say?
Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Fucking got him.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant, using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions, as a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to have pursued the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claimed to have seen.
Gah.
In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Oh.
We've got the picture with the no door on it.
Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. It's just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. You seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I'll fucking cut through you. Saw style, huh? Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey! Time for dinner! Oh. Meow. Did they cut a hole in the fucking court door? Well. Ah. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the old oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks wasn't made by your machine. Was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap mouse create are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windybanks are an exact match. Oh! Hehe. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. I have receipts. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. One step ahead, lad. Ah. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Oof. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel. Just in case. It's certainly so satisfying. I know I should be done streaming by now, but I think we can finish the trial. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. You're heavily invested. We're all on together. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. It's this picture with no door.
Take that!
With no fucking door in the thingy. Oh, bye. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikutaba, is an extremely intelligent, capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see the print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claimed to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ah. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is not proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes. In fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. That was saying? Isn't that right, Renault? That's Hurley always says. One line begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... Yep, he wouldn't have known about the coat. Yep. The bloodstains that were present on Mr. Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. I mean, we know the people didn't exist, so he's saying his information on something that he shouldn't have, and that's the code. You're not making any sense. But let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks, constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have had to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. You shouldn't have known it exists. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Oh, of course, sir.
Denied? Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Oh,
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Ooh. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen... Uh-oh, I don't know. I think I know where this is going. I think it's Gregson. I think Gregson's been teaching and telling stuff, yeah. By a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who's the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I think it's Gregson.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Hey, me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. The police brought him here, yeah. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. And they were fucking talking for ages as well. That he had to defend himself against the accusation that he was a third intruder. Your suggestion to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. But they were talking quietly though, weren't they? Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. But they were talking. Oh, I just remembered something, Renaud. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. They were talking. They were fucking chatting to each other. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. That it starts to make more sense. Is this something to do with the script for the new story? What deal, counsel? I wondered perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations in this Nipponese student specialty. I don't do that. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent of the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? See, my immediate guess goes to that he wanted the script. I think it's the script.
Take that!
Nope, it's wrong, 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 it's wrong. Right, let me think about it a bit more. Uh-oh. If I get deducted, we'll fucking go back. Nope, we're wrong, we're wrong. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Right, let me think about it more. That was my instinctual guess, but it was obviously poo-poo. Right. The deal they made. Right, let's look. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? The secrets, maybe? Caleb gone. I don't know. I don't think you would know about that. Your guy, I mean. Guy in the white suit. He wouldn't know about that gun, I don't think. Did he want the secrets as well, maybe? I want to see if he maybe wants the secrets.
Take that!
No. Okay. I mean, just because we would go back to the start. So, the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witnesses. Yeah, maybe it's about this disc, maybe.
Take that!
Yeah, the disc, the actual disc itself. It's what Gregson had. It's not the box. The one that Gregson took is the bloody one. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Well, you get that now, Sunshine? Is it possible this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the sound of the discs containing those secrets, the second of the discs containing the secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order, order, order! No, I wasn't paid off, thankfully, no. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is on McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew you at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were Recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Yikes.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this court? How can you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Strip him. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? Oh no. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's governor will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. Yes. The accusation's beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Woohoo! Is it in the cane? I don't think so. We'll see what the judge says. Yep. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Yeah, we'll give him a go. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well. Are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, sir. Unless someone else is, like, stole it off him quickly or something like that. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. Oh no. He did seem too willing, didn't he? A few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual on his person at all. Well, we're going to lose our last life, so we need to load up. Could he have already given it to the other guy? No, he's receiving it, I think, right? Like, your guy would have had it originally, he would have passed it over. Unless Graydon still has it. Maybe search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness will well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Well, premise is that the inspector wouldn't help Grayson, wouldn't help Graydon if he had the disc still. I think the idea is that the inspector wouldn't have helped Graydon if he didn't get the disc there and then. I think is the idea.
Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal request, please.
Uh-oh.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing her.
I have an idea.
You want to search me? No, Inspector. Not you.
Somebody else. Is there a chance that Sholmes took it? Is that possible, huh? And it's in his coat somewhere? I wonder if that a...
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? A court shouldn't have put up to this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
It's either Sholmes has it or Graydon has it. Is he able to be searched? I don't know. He's fucking sleeping. Who told us to shut up? Oh, Iris.
Noticing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Sorry, lads.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly waits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. And I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Come on, so whom do you request a search now?
I wonder, can we request Sholmes? Gregson seemed convinced he didn't have it. So maybe he felt Sholmes taken out of his pocket or something like that. I don't know. I wonder, can we request it?
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands this person be searched at once. Good grief, what possible relation? Nah, that's wrong, huh? Fuck.
Objection!
Oh, I thought that would be funny. No, it's not. Damn, I thought that'd be good though. Okay, he doesn't have it, yeah. I was like really hoping that would be it. Like, he's fucking searching his unconscious body. Does Graydon still have it?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Maybe he only showed it, like, flashed it.
Very well, I presume you not protest, Mr. Graydon.
It's gotta be in that fucking cane of his, isn't it?
Au contraire.
Oh fuck, it's gonna be wrong as well, isn't it?
And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person. Oh, what? Fuck.
On his person. No, I'm gonna get penalized. Yeah, I got penalized. No. Did Gina take it? Of whom do you request this search now? I don't fucking think these boys have it time. But why would Gregson be so certain he doesn't have it? I think I've seen in court today. There's only one person it can be. Is there a chance? Backseating? Hi, do I see backseating in chat? Hi. Yeah, that's what I was going to think. I was going to say who did Gregson have a physical interaction with, and it was only Nash. Like, the whole shaking thing could have been because Iris did say it without a character.
Take that!
Iris said it was weird that he did that. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I'd never.
Hey, me, him, or did Gregson slip it into him? You know, like he put it there. Gregson might have done that as well.
Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord.
Oh, Gregson. Hi. Oh no, lad. Hi.
Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Fortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
I'm not actually never played this game, and no one else has either. But just in case it gives something away, we don't say anything. We just play along with the ignorance, basically.
Hey. It's court only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But, Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions.
I'm assuming he just slipped it into his pocket.
Personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Uh-oh.
Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing.
You shook him by the shoulders? Hey, but he could have like put it in, he's like a pocketeer or something. Maybe he could have put it in there or something. I don't know.
Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. There's the second music box just left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Ah! Gregson, fuck's sake, lad. I'm good this game. No guessing in chat time. Gregson, a shady cop. What are we hitting on our man, say?
Let's go. What have you to say for yourself? Go ahead and Bennett. I mean, just go ahead and flame and Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I mentioned nothing of the sort. He's grabbing him by the front. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Mr. Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, did I? I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me like a whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when we got you down in the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down me ear hole, you did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. Flip. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Oh, bless my wig. He hid it. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
But he's not trying to get it put in as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. However, not. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secret from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
Isha.
Sheesh. Operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you'd acquired from the witness.
Ah, just mean.
You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Deal?
Admit to it? Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason we knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
Sounded people a bit there, didn't it? Sorry. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of this is young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You what? Lying bastard time. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
He's not from this country. He's from Russia.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at his case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. Those 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Oh shit time.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have been thus far not presented to the court.
Oh, fucking hell.
Sheesh.
I'm getting a bit intense. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. There's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. Fucking okay. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Ugh. So, there's a name for when a jury declares someone innocent while saying they are guilty. Gets you thrown off a jury? Oh. Damn. So we need evidence to prove that he was doing that Gregson was doing a deal, or we need evidence that Windibank was that he was doing what? Proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole the government secrets. Okay. Is it maybe Gina in the gun photo? Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool.
Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Is it the picture of Gina and the gun, maybe?
Take that!
No, it wasn't it. What on earth is this, Counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. I don't think it is. I think it was wrong. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Ah. Oh no, go back, 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 go back. Shit, we're about to lose. Who the fuck do we present against, Ty? We have the second disc as evidence, right? No, we don't have the second disc. We only have the first one. So we have to prove that he killed him, or stole the secrets, or that Gregson made a deal. That's what we have to. That's what we have to prove. And we let the jurors decide, then we lose. Hey, there we go. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole the government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Oh God, huh? Try Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like to see. Hey, what's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Oh, fucking hell. Graydon's thumb, maybe, or something like that? I don't know.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's music box disc, Counsel? Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in McGilda's special music box. Maybe it's something to do with the thumb, but I knew it was something to do with the disc at least. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. I thought it might be like, you know, I don't know, something to do with the blood or something like that, but something to do with the disc at least, so. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Oh, just the discs then, okay. I thought it might be something to do with the blood, but there, we got it eventually, huh? Nothing to do with the cut apparently, it's to do with the boxes. They talk about like investigate this one thoroughly, so I thought they meant like check his thumb against the blood, but I don't know. We got there in time. I knew it was a disc at least. It's just Counsel. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? But because because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. I think it does. Not true, Inspector. Hey. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. And do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witnesses? Oh, we're just forcing it out of them, okay. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sound made by that music box. I think Van Zieks is impressed. Come on, Van Zeeks. For Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Hey, he loves doing the leg, yeah.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, to let me propose a toast, to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
Yes! He done.
No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. What if it's not even state secrets? I'd like, he cares about the truth. He cares about the law. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Well, Gregson confessed. It does sound like a wee jig, doesn't it? Even with only the 2 notes. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Our information that can make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
Yeesh.
I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place.
Judy and all that, I guess.
Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Ugh. There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. Ugh, you. Traitor! God. Fucking chip popped out of his throat, eh? Bailiff. Bailiff. Restrain that man. At once. What the? That's it then. It's all over. Unless someone comes up with an objection. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places, as is him talking. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artist, and my parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. It's just fucking... The Baylor's just vibing now. Then one day I met him. Magnus McGilded. Yeah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. What a reunion, huh? Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information the way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. Gilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oof. The dad saved him, basically. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Oof. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that he fucking got him killed, eh? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Fucking burnt him. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
It was him! He was the bailiff.
What's this, officer? Sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not too inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Is that him under the fucking bailiff outfit?
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
I wonder if that was him in the bailiff's outfit. So that policeman, he came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter. Hired by me. Or hired by him. Okay, not him. McGill used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie on their testimony. He fucking vigilante justice, that bastard. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Jesus, huh? An eye for an eye. That's why I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago.
Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, there's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn fee. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
I like how interconnected they are, like this and the last, that omnibus one. Really cool. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast?
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellas' positions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspection here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night? With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out from the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. And then fucking just turned around and shot him, yeah. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
Sorry, Tail.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. There it is, huh? We got our answer, huh? Genie goes free.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same.
Oof.
You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have. Dang.
Damn. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets.
What about the murder of Mr. McGilded? Nah, fuck it, him. No one cared about him, huh?
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector.
No one's missing McGilded, huh? Fuck him.
And inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Jill Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guard up squad standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay. You're freed, you know. Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Mr. Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Oh yeah, the perjury.
Sheesh. Maybe they'll let her off because she was fucking threatened. Hey? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilla's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Oh, if
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Oh, very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done. So, if I may say something on that point, isn't that...
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. So it sounded like a tune, doesn't it, when it started playing?
No.
What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me. In fact... Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 distinct discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones.
Oh. It's just nonsense?
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Nope. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times I have to tell you, those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have been seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most in days back in the slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Gina version 2 in the next game, maybe?
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Heyo. We're so free! Fireworks in the courtroom, let's go.
Uh-oh. Oh, Christ.
Ooh, ah. Fucking pyrotechnics, hey? That is all. Court is adjourned.
She got a gun! Oh, the boys, hey?
On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Ah, stop saying Nipponese, huh? Good. Oh. Despite being in... Oh, fuck, there we go. Despite being in Nipponese, he saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. At the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
How drunk is this man, say? Maybe that's the secret, maybe he's just always drunk. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom.
Of course that's why you did it, Ty. You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand.
Interesting. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese lock swords. Huh? What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Second game, baby. Maybe? Dunno. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. He wasn't gonna tell us now at the end of the game. We'll probably get to play it in like a flashback or something.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
Lord Van Zeeks will return, huh? th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Gina. Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one's ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today.
Put phone on charge. My phone cable's stuck. There we go.
Sorry.
Figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Heard you now. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone, and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Oh,
Crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. Very wholesome, man. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon interruption.
Oh. That's fucking Sholmes again, huh? Look at his hair.
What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here? But my dear fellow. That voice. Do, 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 do. Here we go. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Where they impersonate. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily assumed me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Oh yeah, you die. That's right. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, you don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't ever go at the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog rotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. Fucking God's divine justice, huh? I suppose it's one way of looking at it. Yeah, divine justice. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Oh, I said her name. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Here comes Iris's theme. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, maybe not. Honestly, I went to the main entrance specifically to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Oh, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Uh-oh. Foreshadowing. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so happy to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Doesn't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the bog trotter stuff of what was in the lug? Blah, blah, blah. She's off to juvie. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it hasn't got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. Gina V2, hi, next game, let's see. I'm gonna do something all in like me from the slums. Something makes a difference for him. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Aw. Damn. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Oh! Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple, thank you. Oh. Oh yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well. Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. A very wholesome ending, huh? For Gina, I mean. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Next game, please. Well, well. Quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial's all over the front page. There's Iris's theme. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ah, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start off with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Sasato? Wait, Dover? Pausers? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Oh, not wave her off. No, get her back. But, don't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed, he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. But I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. I don't think you can do that. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Let's go. Ooh, nice place. Huh? 18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Sato, where are you? No, she is. Over there, look.
Looks like she's reading something. Sato. Oh! Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Sasato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mrs. Sato? Fucking drawing that door, hey? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, she fucking yoinked that time. Well, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Sorry, it was very cheap. If it's so important to you, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper-mat. So I put up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. And he arrived at the door. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had on my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance. That point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. There's something in my room was like dust or something making me really, it was really itchy. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes, my blood run cold. Oof. Dead man. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Oh, she fucking engineered it so they would like... She basically gave them their own rope. Very good, very good. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. It's like he fucking put the cheese in the trap and just stood back and went... And then left. Didn't even get to see the fucking trap go off. She just set the cheese and was like, that's up time. I'm gone.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. Something about that word, huh? What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box does contain secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Makes sense? In cipher? I see. But then we could never hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. The fucking... So... Gi? Huh? Asugi? Kazuma? What? Oh, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said Asugi. Does that word mean something to you? Nani? That's Kazuma's name. Means something. Asugi was my best friend. What? But how do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha panagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asugi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Oh-ho! Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Sato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 persons' names. 4 names? Oh, fuck. The first is Kei Asugi. Kazuma. Kazuma Asugi. Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin, I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Guregusen. Gregson! Oh! Gregson! Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? Oh, fucking me, isn't it? It's just so strange. It's unexpected. Oh, what is this, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh, John Wilson, hi. Iris' dad. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Oh, well, he was, but... Yeah, it's a list of names and a government message that was in Japanese Morse code. So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from? Yeah, but he's dead though. Oh, well... No. It's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell others about that now. We just can't. Oh yeah, it's your fucking your hook for the next game. That's what it is. So strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibanks' murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. No, don't go, Susato. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato, I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember correctly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Sato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, being thrown together as we were in that case. I thought I felt straight away. that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-san's great legacy. Miss Sasato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. No. Ah.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, that was a really nice ending. I really liked Shun was playing the violin. Oh, fucking hell. What are you doing now? Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Christ. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Oh, no. Huh. It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we'd never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mrs. Sato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. I love Runo's words, and I know just the ones he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
There we go, huh? 2 AM? In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. Oops. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Cheeky bastard, huh? I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Oh, fucking this guy here. Ouchie. Witness your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Ready to wear Koman coins hide under rare sticks themselves. Well, I don't know, Sano. Is his father's an innocent man? Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, I quote him with no place for your petty arguments. Seen in the squad time? Oh yeah, Hosanaga. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. Oh, this is like after the case. Man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. This is him going back to Japan. Wagahai's offspring. Because Wagahai was his cat. So he must have took one of his kittens back with him. And then Wagahai is now with Iris. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dreamt of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Alright, Strongheart, whatever. Still don't understand why Strongheart wanted Megilda to walk free. I think it was just because he's a client. It was literally just that. Today's Brand's magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Say the line, Gregson. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Yeah. Ah, her relationship puts me to shame. Oh. Visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. That's right, she's in fucking prison. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pet. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hoping the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is on his own now. He's got a what? Dicky peg? That's some more Cockney rhyming slang I don't get time. My roadie is back on the beat again. And all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their drop happenings, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. It's fun seeing all the characters again before the game ends. Who's next? Hey, Gina. No, she's back in... Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. Iris comes every day for a natter. Aw. So it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is working out into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. I hope we see a reformed Gina in the next game. I would love that. Like out of prison. We had to see Van Zieks, right? Oh! Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. Oh, give over, bruv. I ain't the Ash we used to know. Oh no. We got in here to plan the comeback of Milford and Skulkin's milk run, right? The three muscular Watsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Look at them all posing together, huh? Oh god. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Oh. Here probably comes a long extended credits, I'm assuming. Oh. Oh, Kazuma. You can see all the character models, I guess. Fuck, lads, it's late time. What are you holding up, pal? Tomorrow we're probably going to play Kena Bridge of Spirits. Unless it looks really bad, we're probably going to play that. We're going to do like a history of the game basically here. We're probably going to play Kena tomorrow. There's your one with the fucking hat. It just came out today, technically, Tuesday. If something happens and I don't want to play it, we'll play probably Toem instead. It's like a really cute indie game that just came out on PC and Switch. So we'll be playing either of those tomorrow. Now the Ace Attorney is done. So we will of course be playing the second Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney game. Not for a while though, because they're quite long games and I don't want to play them too close together because they're quite bulky. So it'll be I don't know what slot it'll be on, either this one or game slot 2. But there'll be a good few games, and then it'll make a return. So we will be playing the second one. Don't worry not if you enjoyed this, because I had a blast with it. It's just long, and I don't want to put too many of the same, especially the same games too close together. It's why I space out like the Yakuza games and stuff like that. So, but we will absolutely be coming back with more Ace Attorney at some stage in the future. They're like visual novels, like, so yeah. I mean they're lengthy boys, like. Oh, I remember we thought Gina was her. So yeah, that'll be the plan for tomorrow. I don't know if there's anything at the end of this. I assume probably not. We can't skip it, so. I just watch fucking. Oh no, Susaru. But yes, it'll be into either of those two tomorrow, and then we've also got Death's Door coming up on Mondays and Tuesdays as well. So, got a lot of fun stuff planned for the slot, like so. Depending on how long Kena is, then it will be in Death's Door within a few weeks. And then after Death's Door, I think we're playing Psychonauts. And then after that, we're playing Mario Odyssey. So it should be good fun. Got a good amount of stuff planned. Alright, we're into the Magnus McGilded case now. We should be seeing him fairly soon. The character designs are all really good. There's Magnus. What that guy? Beppo, Magnus. The music was really good too. I'll definitely be listening to the soundtrack. There's Shums. What a boy. Shums was great. I really, really loved him. Posenheim. Here's the Gardebs. There's Gregson. Rulli and Pat. Each one distinctly stylized design over real many day. Yeah, the Ace Attorney styles is great. There's Joan and Jean. Or John and Joan, right? Joan, yeah. There's Mr. Natsume and the cat. There's Iris. Oh, so excited. Where's Van Zeek's? He must be coming up now. There's a fucking leg up on the counter, him. Oh, I like that they joined the the walking. There's Van Zeek's. There's the brothers, which means yeah, there's a. Oh, here comes the pose, eh? Gina, yes. Oh, I love that. I love that shot of her smiling with her hat off. Uh-oh, she's gonna shoot someone. Uh-oh, she's loading the gun. She's loading the gun.
You can see Sholmes' pouch on his hip that got smashed by the bullet. Thank you for finally localizing this game, Capcom. It was a blast. Can't wait to play the next one. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Finn. Yay. That was a blast time. Oh. Oh, don't show me that. Why would you do this to me? My hard time. I'm not ready for pain. Here we go, huh? Chat, go to bed, huh? That's what I'm doing now, huh? Thanks for hanging out, guys, huh? Made the night really good, huh? Like, I was gonna play anyway. Thanks for giving company. I hope you guys enjoyed it. CB times, huh? Yeah. I work in the morning, huh? How long is this? How long has the stream been today? Nearly 5.5 hours, huh? Sheesh. Oops. Well. New game tomorrow, huh? Thanks for watching, huh? Have a lovely night. Thank you for hanging with me for a while. See you later. This Noodle's been watching in the morning like, what the fuck is the length of this pod, huh? See you guys later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.